Olá, estamos no ar. Sejam muito bem-vindos e bem-vindas ao FICE de 2021. Antes de apresentar a nossa primeira convidada, eu queria lembrar que se você está nos assistindo pela plataforma do FICE, você pode colocar ali embaixo nas opções ou áudio original em inglês, como será no caso dessa conversa, ou com a tradução simultânea em português. Se você nos acompanha pelas redes sociais, pelo YouTube de Época Negócios e de Pequenas Empresas, Grandes Negócios, você está acompanhando o áudio em português, o áudio original. Bom, eu vou apresentá-la em português. A Angela Benton, como o Coronato trouxe, é um dos maiores nomes da indústria de tecnologia. Ela é fundadora da New Me, a primeira aceleradora do mundo para startups fundadas por minorias. É também criadora da Streamlix, que trabalha para democratizar o ambiente de dados. Angela, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
I will present you in English. 1 decade ago, she founded New Me, the first startup accelerator for minorities, and became one of the most important women working in technology industry. In 2018, she created Stringlix, that works to make the data ecosystem more ethical and democratic. So, Angela, thank you again. I would like to start our conversation asking you about New Me. What do you think that had changed in the startups and technology ecosystem after 1 decade of New Me? And what do you think is still have to change? What do you see for the next decade?
Yeah, first of all, I can't believe it's been a decade. A lot of things have changed. There's a lot more startups, particularly minority startups that are participating in the technology industry. In addition to that, there's a lot more investors that are also minority investors. And so those are all great things. Unfortunately, the amount of capital that's going to minority entrepreneurs, particularly Black entrepreneurs in the United States, it's still around 1%. So there hasn't been a huge change in growth from there, but there has been a lot of innovation. Companies are exploring other ways to raise capital. I know, for Streamlytics, which is my third company, one of the things that we're doing, we combine venture capital investing with crowdfunding investing that allows us to raise capital from the public. And so that is kind of a new innovative thing that is happening in the technology ecosystem. And it really allows the community to be an owner in what you're building as well. And so I'm optimistic about different financing tools like crowdfunding and other options where minority founders particularly don't just have to sit and wait for an investor to be interested in them before they can move forward and grow their business.
And do you believe that big techs have really descended on the issue of diversity? They have been working seriously with this topic, or do you think it's more a marketing thing? How do you see the way big companies are dealing with this subject?
Yeah, great question. I'm a numbers person. So I like to look at the numbers and let the numbers speak for themselves. I think there are companies that are really serious about it. And, they're, dedicated to making sure that their numbers, are transparent. But then even when their numbers are not growing, that they're instituting programs, hiring new people, and actually doing the things to make a change. And then I do think there's a lot of companies that are not, and it's a marketing thing. And especially in the United States last year, 2020, with kind of, the racial uprising with George Floyd, and so many people were, really mad about it. And not just people in the Black community, other people who were like, this is not the world that I want to live in, where someone can get murdered like this. And so what can I do proactively to make sure that I am growing a diverse company? I'm investing in diverse companies. And so there's a lot of people who really do believe in, okay, I want the world to be a better place. This is the kind of world that I want to live in. And as such, we're going to measure our progress on this situation, and we're going to do so transparently. And there are some people that honestly are using it as a marketing opportunity because it's a feel-good thing, and they're not actually making a ton of progress.
And I would like to know how you see this ecosystem out of United States. You've been working in Silicon Valley. It's the greatest place when you talk about technology industry. But when we look to startups founded by minorities, how do you think the scenario is now in world? You have been watching this also?
Yeah, I think your question around like how has it really changed. I'm not in Silicon Valley anymore, and so a lot of people are not. The workforce has been really distributed because of the pandemic. I'm actually based in Miami now, which is has a heavy Latin American population. There's a ton of amazing stuff in technology. A lot of great investors from Silicon Valley are now based in minority, which is a very diverse, community, not just in Latin America, but then also in the Caribbean as well. And, it was it was an ecosystem that honestly, I personally wanted to be a part of, for the pure fact that it is more diverse. And we have an opportunity to build a technology industry different from Silicon Valley. You know what I mean? And we can be diversity first and also innovative. And so, a lot of the changes in Miami have been really exciting. I've been to visit other countries as well. I've been to Suriname. I've been to Israel. I've been to a few countries in Africa. And so what's interesting about the technology ecosystem, I think, all around is it really is a global ecosystem. The issue with Silicon Valley is it's not a global ecosystem. And so I think we can learn a lot and really embrace kind of what happened in the pandemic around us all being distributed. You know what I mean? Not all having to be in Silicon Valley, embracing other folks who live in other places. And even on my team in Streamlytics, we have people that are in at least 3 different countries that are working, on our product. And I think it's not necessarily a trend. I think it's here to stay. And I think a lot of other companies are building their businesses the same way with a more global mindset.
Perfect. And I would like to know a little bit more about Brazil because we are not a top country in innovation and we have little diversity in startups. Do you think that inclusion and diversity could boost innovation in a country like Brazil? And it's okay to have such high expectations about this?
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible. One of the biggest things about success or technology is you really need to see people who look like you to know that it's possible. You know what I mean? And so that just even makes it more important why people like myself and, people like Marcelo at, SoftBank are really out in front of people so you can see, oh, this person has a similar background as me, or they look like me, or they speak like me, so I can do it too. So I definitely think it's possible. And I think, nurturing people who have ideas, I think that's where it starts, is just having an idea and then making sure that they're getting, the startup training and the right resources to actually grow, and then pairing that with, wow, this other person looks like me, or they grew up like me. I really do think, anything is possible with a mix of those 3 things, and of course, capital as well.
Nice. And I just said in the beginning that after New Me, you decided to create Streamlix some years ago and focus on the ethical use of data as such an important topic as we know. But I would like to know how these 2 experiences connect they are connected, how they are connected. New Me with Tringlix, because I would like to listen to a little bit how the data, we know the ecosystem of data, it's influenced by the lack of diversity, and how this influence the life of minority people.
Yeah, great question. New Me was a little bit different because we were really helping minority startups become successful. We helped people raise over $47 million in funding from VCs in Silicon Valley. And so it was really about the people. And when I started to think about what I wanted to do next after New Me and selling New Me, I wanted to do something that was less focused on, I guess, entrepreneurship and more creative in terms of me actually creating something. And so when I was looking at interesting ideas, I was really looking at it from a global mindset, like what is happening in the world where there is an opportunity. And I really dove in on data privacy and the ability and the need to have data ownership for several different reasons. Number one, it's just the right thing to do. But number two, when you also think about artificial intelligence and where the world is going and how algorithms make decisions for a lot of the things in our society, if those algorithms are not trained on diverse data sets that truly are reflective of the world that we live in today, then we're going to get artificial intelligence that's not accurate. And we can see this in use cases like facial recognition, where law enforcement is misidentifying people of darker skin tone because the AI doesn't work as well on darker skin tone. Or we can see things like this when a woman applies for a credit card application and gets declined, and her husband applies for the same credit card application and gets approved, which that was a case that happened with Apple, you know what I mean? And so we really have to be mindful that the algorithms that are being built, that there is a company that, number one, ethically sources data, and number two, is really a resource that algorithms and product managers can say, okay, we need to train this algorithm with this type of data, but wait a second, let's make sure that we're doing it in an ethical way, and that it really speaks to algorithmic justice in the world that we want to live in today. And let's do a little bit more work and find a company, find a data source that actually has data that's going to help train our algorithm the correct ways.
How do you work with big companies and the industry for doing this, for making this change?
Well, first of all, we partner with everyday people to actually help them get their data, and we pay them for their data. So we view our partners as everyday people. So John or Mary that live down the street and they have data and they want to sell their data, we will buy their data from them. So that's the first piece. So we're getting it ethically. We're partnering with everyday people to actually source their data. Then we unify it, we clean it, we enhance it with some metadata, and we get it in a proper state for another company to actually want to be able to use it. So for instance, let's say, an AI company wants to train data or train an algorithm on loan approval. And so they would like information on, household income, what these folks are doing online and some other things. And they're feeding that into their algorithm to make a decision, is this person credit worthy or not? And so we work with companies and we give them a data feed. We do not sell individual data. So it's not Juliana, it's not Angela. It's a pool of data that is still private. We're privacy first. So we remove any personal identifying information. But what they get to see is, a woman in Miami, Florida, or the Southeast of the United States who makes this amount of money and is 40 years old and shops on Amazon 2 or 3 times a week. You know what I mean? So they're able to get that kind of data and feed it into their algorithm versus Angela Benton, who's 40 years old in Miami, Florida. She's doing all of these things. So it's less about the individual. We want to make sure, again, that we're partnering with everyday people to keep their data private. but then to also help them value their data and ensure that, you know, they're actually getting what their data is worth.
Yeah, and this would be my next question, because I wonder if people have the aware enough of how much valuable the information they give in the daily use of internet for big companies. You know, how do you think people are aware of how valuable the data is?
That is such a good question. You know, I think people have an idea. I think people know they have data and they know companies are making a lot of money, billions of dollars off their data, but they don't really know exactly how much it is, but they know it's worth something. So that's the first thing. The second thing, there are a ton of different companies that say, let me buy your data from you and we'll pay you $1 or $2 for your data, which is not a lot of money. And then there's folks like us, which we've developed a proprietary algorithm that actually values the data, we feel like, more appropriately. So one of the things that we're doing is we're looking at data source, right? So if your data is coming from Amazon, we can look, Amazon is a public company, and we can look at the value of the company and how much data the company is run off of and come up with what we call a data point valuation to actually value the data. And then we look at the data that you are uploading and say, okay, this amount of data times our data point valuation, this is how much we'll pay you for your data files. And so, you know, the next question a lot of people really ask after that is, well, how much money can people make off of selling their data? And it really ranges. I mean, we have some people that we've paid like $400 to, and some people we've paid $30 to, $20 to, and some people are somewhere in the middle. And it really depends on how often you want to go into the system and upload your data. So you really have all of the control, you know, as a consumer and as a data partner, with how much data you actually want to monetize.
Great. And our time, unfortunately, is running out. So I'd like to ask the last questions. First of all, we receive a question for an entrepreneur here in Brazil. Gilson Rodrigues is owner of G10 Bank, which works in favelas in Brazil. And he asked a question that I think is important. The whole of NGO G10 Favelas include supporting entrepreneurship and professional training in poor neighbors in Brazil, especially at favelas. And these neighbors are big underserved markets. We have problem with big techs that don't work in these neighborhoods, for example, and have a lot of potential, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit. I'd like to know, how could an NGO like G10 Favelas get more attention, partnership, and investment? How do you think this is possible?
Yeah, this question is great because it really reminds me of a lot of the work that I did at New Me. And you know, I think a lot of times it's easy to try to focus on the product, and you know, his product is a bank, but it really is about the people that he's impacting every day. And so I think leaning into how he can actually help people in the favelas is going to be really, really important, just to the company that he's building, but then other people are going to want to be a part of it. People are really moved by impact and the impact that you can make in the world. And honestly, you know, out of all of this, is my third business with Streamlytics. I've always focused on impact. A lot of people focus on money and how much money can I make, and you know, how much money can I raise, and how big of a company can I build. But it really is about the people at the end of the day. And so I think if he focuses on actually, you know, helping people in favelas, amplifying those stories, he will get and attract like-minded people who will really want to help him and champion his cause.
Perfect. And for finishing here, I'd like to know, how is the internet that the world needs in your perspective?
Is your question, what are opportunities in the internet coming up?
No, how is the internet and the ecosystem of technology and startups that the world really needs? Like, what do you think is the
Oh,
necessary for the future?
yeah. It's a great wrapping up question because it kind of relates to what I just said. But I personally, even as an investor, I'm interested in companies that are changing the world, companies that are making an impact, and companies that are doing so thoughtfully. I'm not a good investor for people who are trying to build a social network clone. You know what I mean? Or people who are trying to build, another Twitter. That's just not something that I personally am interested in as an investor or, even as an entrepreneur. So I usually always lean towards there's a ton of opportunity that people can really tap into that help other people. I think what's interesting, right now, if you look at the internet and the technology industry as a whole, we kind of started with Web 1.0, you know what I mean? Which, in the States, it was very community driven. It was very disruptive. It wasn't really about making money. It was about impact. It was about communication. It was about building relationships. And then Web 2.0, with the rise of social media applications, was more about displaying and connecting with people and sharing, and then also building businesses around that were highly valuable. What's super interesting and what I'm really interested is like the Web3 movement, which is the decentralization, you know what I mean, of all of that. And to me, it's really reminiscent of Web 1.0 and is a huge opportunity for us to kind of get back to the basics of innovation and technology, of where it is around people, it's around connection, it's around fairness, and equality.
Do you think we have enough people concerned about this in word?
I definitely, I definitely do. If you are, on Twitter or YouTube, even, there's a ton of content and people really excited about things like the DeFi movement, things like just decentralization, the Web3 movement in general. So there's a ton of opportunity there. If I, were in a country like Brazil, or even if, I started Streamlytics in 2018, which wasn't long ago. But even then, I wanted to do a lot of things around decentralization, but it wasn't really received well as investors. If I were to start a company today, anywhere in the world, it would definitely be very focused on Web3. And even at Streamlytics, we try to adopt a lot of Web3 methodology, and as we're growing, it's something that we want to actually scale to. So I think it's an amazing opportunity for anyone in Brazil, and even really around the world, to really look into in terms of where things are going next.
Great. And we have one last minute, so I would like to open for you to say goodbye and the last words here. And also, I would like to appreciate again your time and the space, the class you give us today.
Yeah, no problem. I just, I'm really excited that you guys invited me to speak here. And, even though it's virtual because of COVID, I look forward to coming to Brazil in person and learning all about the technology and ecosystem there.
Great. Thank you. We look forward to meet you here in presence. Thank you very much, Angela, for your time and your presence again.
Thank you.
Bom, agora em português, muito obrigada a todos os que nos acompanharam nesta primeira mesa do Festival de Inovação e Cultura Empreendedora de 2021. Daqui a pouquinho a gente já volta com a segunda palestra do dia, com uma programação longa que vai até às 8h30. Então fiquem por aqui porque tem muito mais conteúdo pela frente.
Hello. If you're starting to watch now, I'd like to welcome you to FICE, our Festival of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. This digital event is promoted by Época Negócios, Pequenas Empresas e Grandes Negócios, and Um Só Planeta. My name is Marisa Adangil. I'm from Época Negócios, and our next guest is Richenda van Leeuwen. Just a reminder, our whole conversation with Richenda will happen in English, with simultaneous translation in Portuguese. If you're watching on our official channel, you will find on your screen two different options for English and Portuguese. If you're watching on YouTube, you will find options in English and Portuguese on two different channels, Época Negócios and Pequenas Empresas e Grandes Negócios. And now I'd like to introduce you to our guest, Richenda. Richenda van Leeuwen is the Executive Director of ANDI, or Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. ANDI is a global network of organizations that propel entrepreneurship in developing economies. ANDI members provide financial, educational, and business support services to small and growing businesses based on the conviction that they will create jobs, stimulate long-term economic growth, and help eliminate poverty. Founded in 2009, the organization has 260 members that operate on 150 countries and give support for more than 200,000 small businesses. So, hi Richenda, it's a pleasure to have you here with us, and thank you so much for accepting our invitation.
Hi, it's great to be with you all. I'm delighted to be able to join you today.
Okay, so here's my first question. Why do you think entrepreneurship is the best solution to stimulate long-term economic growth in emerging countries? Why do you chose to stimulate entrepreneurship as a priority for ANDI?
Well, we think it's a really important part of the solution. Obviously, it's not the only component, but we do see that in 2020, so last year, even during the pandemic, there were over 212 million small and medium-sized enterprises globally. And small and medium enterprises, which are inherently entrepreneurial, really comprise 90% of businesses and about 40% of jobs around the world. So in developing countries, formalized businesses, which are the ones that ANDI really focuses on, we call them small and growing businesses, actually contribute about 40% of GDP in those countries. So it's really important as an economic force across the developing world. And even in Brazil, I just checked your numbers, about 25% of your enterprises are small and growing businesses, and they're actually providing about 42% of employment. So as job creators, they're really incredibly important across the global economy.
Okay. And your work is based on the belief that those small and growing businesses will create jobs and help eliminate poverty. So, but in your experience in different countries, is this really happen? Does it happen more in some places than others? Is ANDI more successful in some different regions and maybe not so much in others?
Yeah, it does happen. I think part of the reason why ANDI was established and certainly remains true today is that it does happen, but there is still a massive funding gap. So according to the International Finance Corporation, there's an annual funding gap of about $5.2 trillion for micro and small businesses every year in developing economies. So yes, they can absolutely have a great impact, but they really need the level of funding and the level of support, as well as strong enabling environments that helps those businesses and those entrepreneurs to thrive and to grow. So in our experience over 11 years, we've really seen that, and we do a lot of research about the evidence base, we've seen that, yes, in fact, small and growing businesses, the ones where ANDI focuses particularly, do create jobs, and particularly those high growth businesses really account for a disproportionate amount of net job creation. So really looking at those entrepreneurs that are not just focused on a sort of a family business, although some family businesses are big, but really, focusing on growing their businesses. And those are the ones that really are contributing most to stronger economic growth. And I would say that the ecosystem for support for small businesses really really does vary country by country. But in my experience, and I have 30 years of experience working across many different developing countries, we've seen that success can really happen anywhere with the kind of right access to financing, right level of business support. We have entrepreneurs, we have great ideas everywhere in the world.
Okay, you said that there's a huge funding gap, so there are not many investors for those companies. And do you think that the governments are not helping as well? So what do you need? How do we make those small and growing businesses have access to all the money that they need to grow and to make the economies grow too?
So I think there is a lot of focus, and clearly some governments have better enabling environments that have whether it's tax breaks or other incentives for small businesses to grow. But part of what we're doing right now at Andy is really particularly focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the world's blueprint for sustainable development, which has a lot of goals and targets of where we want to get to by 2030, and really showcasing that in order for us to meet those goals, actually working together with entrepreneurs, supporting small business entrepreneurs, recognizing that they have a part to play in terms of bringing and achieving some of these goals. We see that as especially critical. And then also putting the funding alongside those businesses in order to be able to help them to maximize that potential as solutions providers in achieving many of the sustainable development goals. And I've seen personally, even before I came to Andy, how effective this can be. So back in 2011, I was part of a team at the United Nations Foundation that was helping to support an initiative called Sustainable Energy for All. That was the predecessor, if you like, to the development of SDG 7, focused on renewable energy access and sustainable energy. And we've actually seen over the last 10 years that the number of people who've had access to energy through particularly renewable energy solutions has increased by 400 million people. And I would say the vast majority of those people who have had access to those solutions have been because small businesses have been those solution providers in communities, in areas that previously did not have electricity through their national grid. So I've just seen in SDG 7, that's just one example where in fact these small business solution providers have stepped up when the funding has come in, when the business development support, the acceleration services have been there, and they've really delivered. So I know we can do that across the other SDGs as well.
Okay. I think I have two questions. One is, do you think that the role of the entrepreneurs is like underestimated sometimes? People don't understand how important they are for the country, and they don't create the right laws, or they don't receive money enough. And you are talking about renewable energy, and all things are connected, right? Like you said, if we fund the small and growing businesses, they will help we fight the climate crisis. That's interesting because everything is connected, right?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, clearly it's access to the right kinds of capital. So, you may have capital that is available for certain types of entrepreneurs, but not others. And that has been one of the guiding principles behind the impact investment movement, which is really looking at what are the needs, the specific needs of the entrepreneurs that are focusing on a social or an environmental impact or both, and really helping to make sure that they have the types of capital that they need to grow, whether it's access to whether it's affordable debt or whether it's equity. And often equity actually is the most challenging kind of capital. And particularly, I will say from Andy's work, we've done a lot of focus on business acceleration through a Global Accelerator Learning Initiative, GALI, which you can look up on Google. And we found that women entrepreneurs even through acceleration programs, tend to have less access to equity for their businesses than male-led enterprises do. So we're still not quite sure if it's because there are barriers to them getting that financing, or if they're actually just more efficient in using the investment that they have. So we've still got some work to do on that. But from my broader experience, I would say that we still see that that there is often a lack of matching of the right kinds of capital, and often if you don't understand the business model, then you will put a high risk premium on it. So in some parts of the world, we're still seeing entrepreneurs having to put up 100% collateral for a loan. So if you've got the collateral, why would you take out the loan? And we're really looking to say, you know, particularly when we're in the climate crisis and we really need to have all hands on deck, if you will, in terms of supporting new approaches, innovations, entrepreneurs coming in with these solutions, that we want to make it easier for them to get the kind of support to be able to have the best chance to grow their business.
Okay, you are talking about the right capital for the right companies. So maybe we have, I mean, of course, we have lots of investments and like technology companies and I mean, everything that's like new and shiny in a way, you know, but maybe not so many investments for social businesses or business interested in the environment. So you think that how is the impact investment right now? Because I know you do annual reports about that. Is it growing? Are people investing more in social business or not?
Yeah, thanks. We're actually going to be doing, we do it every 2 years now. So we are hoping to do another impact investment report looking at broadly at Latin America in 2022. Clearly, the pandemic has affected every sector of the economy, but what has been good to see is that there has been a lot of work to try and support those sectors in the economy that have really been hard hit through COVID. So, you know, clearly some like tourism sector will only come back once people are able to travel again. In other sectors, there has been stimulus that has come, you know, really looking to help bring those sectors back. But I would say it's more systemic, really looking at the type of sector and the kinds of capital and approaches that are needed. And it's not that Andy is coming up with the solutions. One of the benefits about running a network is all over the world is that we're able to support a lot of South-South exchange of, hey, we've got this new financial product that is working in terms of climate smart agriculture in Mexico. And maybe it's not going to be exactly what you need in Ghana, but maybe you can look at it and adapt it for your purposes, and really helping more quickly to drive some of the financial innovation and the business model innovation, as well as the actual innovation that the entrepreneurs themselves are bringing into the market.
Okay, and how is Andy helping the entrepreneurs in Brazil? What's the work that you're doing here in Brazil? Who are your partners, and how can people connect with Andy if they're interested in?
So great question. Thank you. I mean, Andy has been in Brazil for, I think, 10 years now. And the expert on Andy's work in Brazil is my colleague, Cecilia Zanotti. So you can go to Andy's website and just Google Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, and you can find ways to contact Cecilia, Cisa, and the rest of the team. But in the Brazilian ecosystem, we're really focusing particularly in two areas. One is on gender and gender equality. So as in much of the rest of the world, we still see that while that women entrepreneurs are still a small proportion of overall entrepreneurs. And in Brazil, fewer than 5% of startups are actually founded by women. Now, women are 50% of the population. And, you know, there are certain things where we see that, you know, women whether it's designing products that have women engaged with them, or whether it's actually women leading businesses, we see that there's a lot of room and a lot of opportunity for more engagement by women as entrepreneurs in the small business sector. So we're particularly looking at and also we see that there is this lack of access to capital by a lot of women. So only 3% of investments in startups, even here in the United States, are actually going to women-founded enterprises. So and there's been a lot of focus here in the US on gender equality. So that's a key area. And next year, particularly, Andy's going to be focusing on a gender action lab, which will really look at how can investors incorporate best practices, emerging best practices for gender smart investment, with looking at training, looking at events, looking at technical support for real action. And then also really looking as well at existing supply chains and corporations and how they can be looking at inclusive procurement approaches to bring in women entrepreneurs and also minority-owned businesses as well. So those are two areas that we're going to be focusing on, particularly in the year to come, alongside work that we are also doing in climate action in Brazil. And we have some great Andy members who have been working with us for a long time, such as Vox Capital, and Daniel Izzo, who's the founder of Vox Capital, is on our board here at Andy and has been a great supporter of Andy over the years. But also looking at others like Sitawi and Fundo Vale that are really in the impact investment space as well, looking at social and environmental impact, climate action, both in the Amazon region, but also more broadly across Brazil as well. And so we're partnering with the Institute of Enterprises Citizenship and the Institute of Climate and Society and Boticário Foundation in Brazil, really looking more closely now around how can we be supporting climate action. Brazil has, a national adaptation plan that is housed at the UN, the UNFCCC. And one of the things that we're really looking at, Andy, and this is newer for Andy, but is how can we be helping to optimize the engagement of the small and growing business community as well as the impact investment community in make sense climate action. In the past, impact investment was more focused around social, but you really can't separate now social and climate impact given the vulnerability of so many communities in different parts of the world. And particularly women are the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And so coming back to the gender opportunity, if women are the most vulnerable, then equally we need to be a massive part of the solution as well.
Okay, that's interesting what you said, that now you're putting more focus on climate action on Andy, but when before you didn't, but because it's an emergency, right? We have to do something right now. And also because it's one of your passions, right? We were talking before and you told me that climate action and also renewable energy are subjects that are very interesting to you, and you have worked for years with people trying to find solutions, right?
Yes, I mean, I come from having been both a venture capital investor and an impact investor over the last 15 years. So I've seen the investment sector grow, and really the focus on our energy, and particularly because the way that we produce and consume power, although of course Brazil has a lot of renewable energy already, but really looking at how we can be mitigating emissions in the power sector, because it is the largest global climate greenhouse gas emitter. And so, looking at how we can be leveraging and supporting the best of the new technology that's coming in and utilizing it to help with climate change mitigation. So that's something I've been, and particularly on solar power, I've been involved that for many years, and especially really looking at those parts of the world that don't have access to electricity, whether it's 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa that still today don't have any electricity, or those isolated communities in some of the countries in Latin America, where even though the grid is very extensive, you still have some communities that don't have electricity or are very reliant on diesel generation, which sadly is not very good for the climate. So really looking at how we can bring these technologies into communities, into society more quickly. And particularly, as I mentioned before, we've got sort of two global plans around climate action. One is the IPCC report, which is really focusing on everything that the world needs to do to decarbonize, to prevent the worst outcomes in terms of climate change, as well as Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is really focused on climate action. And particularly here, I just think there's a tremendous role for small and growing businesses to contribute in so many ways, with the flexibility that they have, with the innovations that they bring into society, with the opportunities also just to be so locally relevant, whether it's actually reducing greenhouse gases or providing innovative ways to help communities and cities and towns to become more resilient to climate change as well. So I'm so excited about the role that small and medium-sized enterprises have here. And one of the things that we're doing really in Andy's advocacy efforts is saying, hey, for the SDGs, don't ignore the small and medium-sized business sector, and particularly those businesses that do have the opportunity to grow but need the capital, need the support to be able to do that. And one of the reasons that we're particularly talking about this now is that we see there's only 25 climate accelerators outside of OECD economies. So if we haven't really invested in that architecture to support those businesses, how are we really going to be able to get to the SDGs by 2030 or net zero by 2050 if we're not really putting everything in place to be able to provide the best support for those businesses to succeed? So part of what we're doing really is saying, hey, there needs to be more support to address these gaps. But it's a very exciting time to be in this sector. Climate change is daunting, but there's so many solutions that are out there. I see a lot of amazing entrepreneurs, whether it's women-led businesses from South Africa that are really focusing on energy efficiency in homes and in office buildings, or whether it's small entrepreneurs that are focusing on solar-powered drip irrigation to bring just the right amount of water to help crops grow in dry areas, or whether it's other entrepreneurs who are focusing more around battery technologies and really bringing the latest battery technologies into their particular market, and so much more. So Andy's really focusing at the level of the intermediaries. It's the business support organizations, it's the impact investors, it's the accelerators, and really helping to bring some catalytic funding so that they can move forward, as well as we're focusing a lot right now on digitalization as well. And that's one particular area that I see is both a need and an opportunity. We're seeing that you really can't grow and be successful now, particularly during COVID, if you haven't been able to pivot to digital. I mean, we're over a year in now. I think many businesses have been able to do that, and really seeing that there's a lot of opportunity now for those businesses that are able to go digital, to grow and also provide services to those that may be outside of capital cities. A lot of times support for small business entrepreneurs tends to be in the larger cities, and with the digital economy, that there are now more opportunities for across the board, even in rural areas, and that's something that we really welcome. Even though there's a downside to that as well, in terms of looking at the gig economy and what's the quality of jobs that are being developed there. There's a great opportunity, I think, now for us to harness the best of what digital can offer. And so Andy's really been focusing a lot in that area as well, looking both at the intermediaries who are providing maybe virtual business development training courses during the pandemic, and maybe we'll continue to do so, as well as the actual small businesses themselves that maybe are now incorporating credit card transactions or other kinds of digital wallet transactions into their business processes.
Okay, you're talking about digitalization, so sorry, and the new digital era that we are going right now, mostly because of the pandemic too, right? So the pandemic was devastating for some small and growing businesses. I think probably Andy had to put a hand there to help those businesses, but there are opportunities, right? If people know how to really take advantage of how you can grow in the time of crisis.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, the pandemic has been devastating in the short term in so many sectors. As I mentioned at the beginning, tourism, of course, will not be coming back until people are traveling more, although domestic tourism in some cases has been able to recover somewhat already, particularly as countries have eased their lockdowns or eased their regulations in terms of the ability to travel. Other sectors, I think, we're seeing it's not equal. I think the healthcare sector has actually seen quite a lot of growth. And my last conversation with Daniel, I said, well, how's Vox Capital doing during COVID? Has it really been a struggle? And he said, well, actually, we've been doing rather well. So I think it has really varied by sector, by location, and at the same time, we see that millions of small enterprises or millions of jobs, have been at least temporarily lost. And I think it's going to take years for all sectors everywhere, to really be able to come back. And so support is still needed, very much so, and particularly in certain sectors that were underfunded in the beginning. I think we have to provide concessional capital. We have to provide stimulus of one form or another, really, to be able to help businesses recover.
Okay, that's great. I was happy when you said that you are optimistic about the how can entrepreneurs really help in climate action. So you think that there are enough efforts for that? Do you think that we have time? Because sometimes there's this whole end of the world talking, like we don't have time anymore and things are lost. But you think that with the help of the entrepreneurs, we can help turn the situation around and change things in time for a better world for the future?
I don't think we have the option not to do that. So as I mentioned, we have 212 million SMEs globally in last year. I don't have this year's numbers. That's an amazing resource that we have. If all of those SMEs, if they are all taking a climate smart approach, they're all addressing climate risk in their own operations, as well as many of them helping to bring, whether it's more circular economy approaches into the market, we have to be optimistic. We have to leverage them. So I'm saying, really, particularly as we're looking forward to the COP26 in Glasgow in 2 weeks from now, we have to leverage, we have to utilize and harness the energy that these small business entrepreneurs bring effectively, really, because if we're only focusing on large corporations, then we're missing a massive piece of the solution puzzle. And so I'm optimistic that we can do it in the sense of we can harness this energy, but we really have to step up with more climate finance that is tailored specifically to help support these entrepreneurs as a piece of the solution puzzle.
Okay. Richenda, we don't have much time now, so is there anything specific that you would like to add? Maybe some lesson that Andy can give to Brazilians, what we can learn from your work and the way you work with entrepreneurship?
I think first of all, just see that there is opportunity in places perhaps that you're not used to looking at opportunity. So really looking at climate not only as a global threat but as an opportunity, and then really looking also at across the whole country. One of the things that we do see is that there is a focus in many countries on capital cities, but entrepreneurship is for everyone. So we really want to leave no entrepreneur behind. So maybe they're in a rural area or in their small town or a secondary city. I think we have this opportunity now, particularly with digital technology, to be able to provide support services to them to enable them and to help them have the best opportunity for success. So I think we're really looking at inclusive entrepreneurship, and I can't end without saying, and please, let's really focus on giving women entrepreneurs all the support that they need. They really can be a massive part of the solution, and women entrepreneurs are under-supported. And I think both in Brazil and globally, we've got the opportunity to turn that one around, and that's an SDG as well.
What can people do to help support more women in businesses? What should people be doing right now?
So I think that there is an area of focus called gender lens investing, and there are some tools and some tactics really to focus on how you, first of all, supporting women entrepreneurs. Second, supporting women investors, because women investors tend to serve on the boards, and they will be likely more focused on making sure that there are women both as leaders and as senior management in the companies. I think also really looking at what are the environments available? So is there childcare on site? Just really focusing also on the holistic services to help women, both as entrepreneurs, but also employing other women in their businesses. And we do see that women entrepreneurs tend to employ a larger number of women in their own enterprises as well. So I think there's a win-win spin-on effect there.
Okay. Thank you so much, Richanda, for your participation, for being here with us. Hopefully next year, maybe we'll do a event here in Brazil, and you can come here. You said you came to Brazil just once, right? So I hope you can come another time here to Brazil.
It would be an absolute pleasure. I would love to join you in person.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Juliana Ventura. I'm an editor to Pequenas Empresas e Grandes Negócios, a global publication, which alongside Época Negócios promotes FICE, o Festival de Inovação e Cultura Empreendedora. This year, we are online for reasons we are all very much aware. And this talk, as you may see, will be in English. So for those of you watching us through the festival platform, you'll find buttons on your screen to choose whether you'd like to hear us in original audio or follow along with the simultaneous translation. If you are with us through our social media outlets, both YouTube channels to Pequenas Empresas e Grandes Negócios and Época Negócios are broadcasting in original audio. So let's move along. This talk I'm hosting today will be amazing for those interested in innovation. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our next speaker, who will be talking about how to turn your company into a startup and create sustainable growth. Alex Comninos, who you may see here beside me, is the CEO for Latin America of Founders Intelligence. Founders Intelligence is a consulting firm that helps CEOs of clients' organizations to develop a vision of the future of the industry in which they operate. Alex is a 32-year-old English executive who in his business has worked to bring up solutions to huge companies such as Shell, Unilever, and O Boticário. Let's hear then Alex Comninos and understand a bit more how Founders Intelligence functions and learn how to mix sustainability and innovation in business. Welcome, Alex. It is a pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction, Juliana. It's a pleasure to be here representing Founders Intelligence in Brazil. We arrived in Sao Paulo in 2017 and have very much enjoyed the relationship with the Globo team since then. So thank you for the invitation.
It is a pleasure to have you here. Well, let's move along. Talk to us.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, so today we're talking about how to grow like a startup. And given the theme of the event, we wanted to really bring it into a sustainability context. And rather than just listening to me talk, which may not be so interesting, we thought we'd create a few slides to showcase some of our ideas and also bring to life a lot of the cases which we're admiring in the market. So I'm just going to share my screen now to make it a bit more visible. Can you see? Is it up?
I don't know, production, is it up? Oh, if it's not, you can keep on going and.
Okay, no, not yet. Okay,
no,
well, we'll go ahead with the material then. So
you can make an introduction and talk about how Founders Intelligence functions, what exactly you do.
Yes, absolutely. So Founders Intelligence is a consultancy. And in essence, our job is to help industry leaders to grow in the digital economy. And that means a lot of discussions around change, a lot of discussions around agility. And I guess we were born in a startup community called Founders Forum. So we very much like to apply what we call entrepreneur-powered growth. And that's something which I think is very relevant to the subject of this session today, because we're here to kind of share a bit more on what we think are the best practices and ways in which entrepreneurs can turn their business into kind of more of a startup growth mode, if you like. And so I guess without using the slides, we've been kind of working with clients like Shell and Fiat in Brazil over the years, and to kind of bring it to life. We helped Shell create a renewable energy distribution startup, so going into favelas in the Rio state so that they could set up renewable energy infrastructure, which I guess is a great example of them wanting to be more like a startup. Because I mean, Shell would not typically do that type of work. They've got a very big traditional infrastructure, but they saw an opportunity to connect better with their key stakeholders, use digital business models to create value. And that's very much something we like to help with. On the other side, with Fiat, we were helping them think around new mobility models. I guess the the likes of Uber have kind of changed how consumers are using transport today. And arguably that can lead to more sustainable outcomes by car sharing or people maybe choosing to use on-demand mobility versus buying a car. And so like that's very much relevant to sustainability. But again, Fiat traditionally is a manufacturer of cars. You know, they don't have much experience building new business models. So we worked with them to go through that journey, and really, like the title of this session is, we helped to try and transform their business into a startup. So I guess going to the subject and what we prepared, I guess that moving on from a bit of an introduction on us, we really identified what we called 3 steps to delivering sustainable growth like a startup. So if you are an entrepreneur listening to this, if you are a corporate executive listening to this, I think both they apply in both kind of scenarios. I don't think it's exclusive to founders or executives. In our view, every business in the future is going to have digital at its core. And so everybody needs to think entrepreneurially about how to grow. And I guess increasingly sustainability is now more important than ever. And so we found clever ways to blend in these goals into a kind of very clear methodology. And we would say that there are 3 steps. So the first one is identifying an underserved need. The second one is much more in setting the right governance to succeed. And the third one is applying the best-in-class practices. So I think when we go to our corporate executive clients, these are the things that we're advising them, and they're very much created from our learnings from operating in the entrepreneur world. So we are a business founded by founders. And so when we think about this desire to deliver entrepreneur-powered growth, we use these kind of elements to help move the dial and deliver impact. And so I guess going through those ones and just really explaining what we mean, identifying an underserved need, particularly in the context of sustainability, I think now more than ever, I mean, the problem is very real. It has been for a while, but I think everybody's really kind of coming around to the urgency behind the sustainability problem. And so when we think about identifying an underserved need, I think there's so many opportunities today for entrepreneurs and startups to do that. If you think about the economic impact of sustainability and how that is having a very kind of dramatic effect on the environment. You look at the adverse weather conditions which you're getting around the world. This is creating a lot of economic damage alongside the environmental and societal. And so I think as an entrepreneur, that creates an opportunity to think about new business models and value propositions to tackle this big problem. So if we're thinking about, if you're thinking about how to convert your business into more of a startup, it's like fall in love with the problem is a phrase that I've heard used very often. And you're seeing a lot of asset managers now or banks who are now starting to really challenge executives on their ability to manage the sustainability problem. So kind of moving on in this identifying an underserved need context, you kind of identified the problem, and then it's really about moving fast to capture this new value that's being created. So everybody's aware of maybe the carbon credit kind of economy that's growing out of nowhere. And this is a new source of value. And it's very much in its early stages. It's not a new thing, but there aren't many people using it. I'd still say it's quite immature. But if you're an entrepreneur thinking about identifying an underserved need, then this is a really interesting opportunity. Sustainability is a really interesting opportunity area. And then finally, I guess we are seeing a lot of venture investors pay attention. So venture funding has gone through the roof in terms of climate tech. 30 unicorns in this space. We've counted that. Climate tech grew 5 times the rate of global startup funding in the recent years. And so if we're going back to this point of identifying an underserved need, it would be like the sustainability subject is an incredibly kind of opportunistic area today. And if you are looking to turn your business into a startup, then this would be a great first step. It's like maybe in your ecosystem, in your market today, there are emerging needs which maybe are not so visible, but are high value. And so investing a lot of time in working out where those high value underserved needs are, it can mean that you can kind of get new value propositions or new business models to market and scale maybe in the digital economy. So that's kind of the first point on identifying an underserved need. I think moving to the second one, it's really about setting the right governance to succeed. So when you're a startup, you're a small business. It's quite easy to make decisions, and you can make them quickly. And that's like the advantage that earlier stage businesses have over big companies is that they can be agile. They can immediately kill a product and set up a new one overnight. And so when you're talking about setting up the right governance, when in a medium to large size business, it's important to have the decision makers around the right table. And it sounds obvious, but what we see very regularly is that big companies, even medium-sized companies, they like to have maybe sustainability in one area of the business and innovation in another area of the business, strategy in another. And these are all really important areas which should be communicating really regularly in a really coherent way, because ultimately the CEO has got to make big decisions on how to grow. And going back to the subject of this talk, like how to grow in a sustainable way, because being sustainable does not mean not creating economic value. It's just about trying to find the right way to get the right voices, I guess, around the table. And so we really think that setting the right governance to succeed is key. And we've seen great companies like Enel in energy who have made steps to actually unify their sustainability and innovation teams under the same roof. So they're not making different types of decisions on different types of questions. It's very much aligned. And that allows the CEO to make bigger decisions faster. And that we think can lead to competitive advantages. And then finally, on the third point, is this applying best-in-class behaviors. So at Founders Intelligence, we believe that there are really two things that can lead to growth and success in the digital economy, i.e. like a startup maybe would. And that's setting the right vision and supporting that vision with the right capabilities. I think what we regularly find, CEOs of big companies just do not have the time to think about what is emerging in their sector from an early stage. And that leads to a problem of visibility more than anything. So it's very easy to kind of steer the ship in the right direction, but visibility sometimes is hard to come by. And so what we like to do is really help these clients see what's going on in their industry at an earlier stage so they can capitalize on those emerging opportunities earlier. So if we're thinking about applying these best-in-class behaviors, creating the right vision, a really rich vision, not just what's going on in Brazil, but globally, because then you can maybe get first mover advantages. And then the second point on capabilities, I think if you're thinking about growth in the innovation context, maybe you're thinking about venture funds or venture builders or other functions and capabilities that can coordinate and execute these activities. And that's very much creating this future state, maybe, which is maybe moving beyond the core business, expanding beyond the core business. But in the context of sustainability, we see that there's opportunity to do it very much within the core business. If you think about maybe the postal delivery service in Brazil or any country, they have a fleet of cars or vans that is delivering these parcels. And that's very much core business, but they can make a big decision today to implement electric vehicles, for example. And that can very much not change the way that the core business operates, but can have a really positive impact in terms of the sustainability mission that they're driving. So to summarize, sorry we couldn't have the slides. It would have been maybe a bit easier to capture the context, but to summarize the 3 steps that we feel can really help businesses behave like a startup and to capture sustainable growth. It's around identifying an underserved need, setting the right governance to succeed, and applying best-in-class behaviors.
Really nice. Thank you, Alex. That was very interesting. So we have 10 more minutes, and I have some questions. First of all, there's not a single route towards sustainable growth, right? And I know you've gone through those 3 steps now, but what advice would you give to entrepreneurs, big and small, and CEOs who want to take this first step in that direction? You said that we have to think about a problem that has not been addressed yet. How do you do that? Do we brainstorm a lot? How do you do that?
So that's a great question. So I think every individual in the world has their biases, right? And I think it's the first thing is almost important to challenge the conventional view. So you come with an assumption that there is a big problem in a given area. And I think when we're advising entrepreneurs of all shapes and sizes, small and large, it's about find the problem, but invest a lot of time in validating hypotheses on the problem. Because what is often the case is people jump to assumptions or conclusions, which can maybe result in investing a lot of time or resources in a business model or an idea which maybe won't get traction in the long term. I think there are very few startups, increasingly more today, that are going to be highly profitable from day one. So ultimately, it's going to be a long journey where you're going to be probably losing money for 1, 2, maybe 3 years until you can reach break even and get profitability. And so having that kind of conviction around the problem based on data, so not just kind of online research, which is helpful to pick up on signals, but going to the source, interviewing the customer, interviewing other important stakeholders who are going to be really important to this business idea creating value. So when I think about like the first step, I would say think about challenging the conventional view, getting the right visibility, and then building conviction backed by data ultimately.
And that's going to be helpful to pitch investors, right?
Yes. No doubt.
How do you think Brazilian companies are doing in what concerns sustainability and innovation in business?
This is a really good question because, I mean, we obviously have an office in London, in Berlin, in Sao Paulo, and we're constantly exchanging ideas, but also cases. And I think increasingly we are finding that some of the Brazilian companies that we're close to are actually championing and pioneering very innovative behaviors in the context of sustainability. I think when you think about Brazil's role in the global economy, there's big producers, right? So the farm of the world has been used in a few conversations, and so very close to the source of the creation, and therefore much closer to the stakeholders who are participating in that creation. And I think it's very easy maybe for somebody outside of these producing countries to make assumptions on it being easy or hard or how to do it. But I think a lot of the Brazilian companies have been really proactive in understanding the true needs of the stakeholders throughout the value chain. And I think one company that springs to mind is Suzano, who we greatly admire. I think they've been championing sustainability and innovation since they were created, I think almost 50 to 100 years ago. They're by no means a startup, but they've got this sustainability DNA right at its core. And I think that has to come from their DNA and their vision, absolutely. But I think they're really spending a lot of time in understanding the environment, understanding the needs of the stakeholders, and working out how to align the incentives, because ultimately there are lots of different people in that supply chain. And in order for them to believe in a mission, the incentives have to be aligned. And I think recently they announced one of the first green bonds, which is very much putting them under pressure for keeping to their sustainability targets, and with an economic penalty if that doesn't succeed. And I think my recent research showed that they're planting 500,000 trees a day. And I think it just shows like that the level of commitment to sustainability. So I think that's a very specific case, but we see many more. We've seen some of the big meat producers investing in plant-based food companies in Europe. So these are all examples of action. And I think there is probably, it's hard to say whether it's like international Brazil companies are doing better or worse. I think everybody's in the same boat. Everybody's trying to understand how to respond to this in the best way. And I think the key thing we look for is people taking action and making investments. And there's lots of evidence to show that this is happening in Brazil, which gets us really excited about our future here.
We are running out of time, but we have time for like a little less question. And I would like to know from you, do you think the ESG agenda will be essential for business from now on? And what are the challenges to implement that?
Absolutely. So it's huge. And I think it's a common misconception that it's just about clients. I think there's a huge implication for hiring as well. I think increasingly, if you're a junior graduate who's just left university and you're thinking about where you want to work, I think there's a lot of younger generations who are very mission driven. And so, of course, I think ESG practices are really essential in terms of being sustainable and reducing your impact in terms of how you do your business from end to end, in terms of how the impact of your sales has on the environment. I think the ESG practices there are super important, and the increasing scrutiny from the banks and the financial market now on businesses and CEOs to adhere to those practices, I think it's only going to get greater. And so if you're starting a business today, or if you think about a new startup business idea, you need to have ESG at the core in terms of the mission. And as I said at the beginning, it's not just about building relationships with your clients or other stakeholders who will increasingly choose businesses that are aligned with these values to work with. And that will have a second order effect in terms of negative impact on business success and results. But I really have strong opinions about the employee basically in a business and the power of the employee. I think you think about what's going on in Silicon Valley, Google, Amazon, Facebook, their employees are mobilizing because they don't believe in certain actions or lack of action in some cases. And so I think more educated generations with different types of values are going to maybe choose to work at a business that really fulfills their values and their mission over earning more money, because they believe that that's going to be more impactful, more beneficial in the long term.
Really nice. I want to thank Alex again for joining us today. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Do you have any final words for our audience?
Yes, thank you very much for listening. It's been an absolute pleasure to share some of Founders Intelligence's ideas. We're very proud of our position in the Brazilian ecosystem. And if anybody has any questions, then feel free to add me on LinkedIn, and we'd be happy to have a conversation. So thank you, and also to Juliana for hosting this session and the wider FICE team. It's been excellent.
Thank you, Alex. Big thank you for our audience who are here with us since the beginning of the afternoon. The event will go on till 8:30. We have more interviews, more panels. So thanks again and goodbye.
Olá, pessoal. Eu sou Mariane Waku.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk to Jaya Balu, Global Director of Security of Information at Avast. She works on cybersecurity for 20 years now, and she is one of the list of 100 most important influencers in the world. She's also been chosen one of the most inspiring women in Netherlands for the Inspire 50, an NGO that wants to increase diversity in the technology area. So our talk will be in English with simultaneous translation into Portuguese. If you're watching us through the FICE, you can turn off the original audio because it's the same thing on screen. We're also going to have translation in the Afrobusiness, Pequenas Empresas Grandes Negócios channel on YouTube.
Thank you so much for having me here, Anna.
I'd like to start discussing cybersecurity. Last year, businesses were caught off guard by the risks, by the rising cyber attacks that came with the pandemic and global digitalization. A year and a half later, what has changed? How do you evaluate the business community's reaction to this threat?
It's funny because it's actually been a completely crazy year and a half, almost 2 years since the start of the pandemic. First, because we were not prepared, we were not ready to go from our fully, workable environments where everyone went to an office and had a lot of their corporate protection from their offices that we're sitting in, to then move that to the homes. So really the place where we usually felt the safest in our homes were the places that we were being attacked. And we saw really vulnerable places like hospitals getting attacked, and people who are on the front lines of the pandemic also being caught off guard by all different attacks against the World Health Organization, as well as other people who are really involved in trying to, resolve the pandemic stress. And unfortunately, even though we managed to do an tremendous effort in trying to get ourselves, connected, we still see a huge rise in new cybersecurity attacks, in ransomware, which has been unparalleled at any other time in our history. If you take a look at the major attacks in the United States, like the Colonial Pipeline attack, where a gas pipeline was shut down for the entire east coast of the US, and we see so many geopolitical tensions arise because of these ransomware attacks, we're not doing much better, I'm afraid.
And it's more and more common to hear about companies affected by cyber attacks and data breaches. The number of occurrences did increase, but it seems that companies are also more transparent about it now. Do you see progress in this regard?
I do. I see some progress, but I see it also as they have no choice but to be more transparent. So in a lot of different countries, the governments are now trying to figure out, should we now put in a mandatory disclosure policy as part of the law? So if you get a breach that's based on ransomware, you must report it. And not only report that you did get breached, but also if you paid the ransom, how much you paid. And this is really scary because think about it this way. The reason that ransomware still exists and criminals are happy about it is because the victims almost always wind up paying, and because they just want their data back. And the ransomware gangs are getting more and more sophisticated because they know how much you can afford to pay as a company. They know when they attack a small company, they can pay so much. When they attack a large company, they know they can pay more. And the ransomware gangs are also getting smart enough to know when a large company is being attacked, whether or not they have insurance. And they think it's a victimless crime because, well, the insurance company will pay for the ransomware. So really, it's getting worse, not better. And that's why this mandatory reporting is so useful, because it actually shows us the scope and size of the problem.
So do you think it's a good practice for nations to adopt?
I think it's going to be inevitable. I don't think it's a thing to help the victims. I have to be very honest. Trying to find out who is a victim doesn't necessarily help in the first effort, but over time, it means that more resources will be dedicated to actually eradicating the root cause of the problem. And I have to say, for victims, the resources are few and minimal. There are really good examples of places that a victim can go. Like, for example, Anna, you may have heard of nomoreransom.org. This is a community effort. It's free. And what they try to do is, for victims of ransomware, give the ransomware keys back to the victims. But unfortunately, there's not nearly enough solutions for these victims to help them. So we need a lot more of those kind of root cause assistance rather than just kind of punishing the victims here, which is kind of what mandatory disclosure will feel like in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And we were talking about transparency. There are also more concerns now about data collection and protection. Both regulators and users are exercising more pressure on companies about it. Where do you think this will or should lead?
Well, I think that the bottom line is you want to know that companies are being proactive about their information security and about their data privacy, especially when the information that they're trying to keep private is not theirs. Let's be honest. When companies collect user data, they are nothing more than custodians, temporary custodians of that data. That means they have a lot of obligations, and the users still have their rights, even when they transfer this data to a company. So I think it's about making sure that we understand that rights and responsibilities role that these companies then are taking on, and making sure that through the chain of custody of the data, because this is also a really big problem on it, because we have companies who are exchanging the data with all of these different third parties. And just because they collect it and exchange it doesn't mean that they hand over their responsibility, even when they give it to some ad company. They are still responsible. So I really feel that any efforts to make that transparency clear between a privacy policy and its actual operation is a benefit to us regular users.
Mm-hmm. And do you think we need more regulation on that?
I think that it's inevitable. I think it's difficult to do this kind of system and this kind of monitoring of this type of responsibility on a best effort basis. So regulation here is basically non-negotiable.
Mm-hmm. And tech companies are at the center of an even bigger discussion that goes from mental health issues to the risks to democracy. Do you believe we are in some kind of turning point regarding to ethical use of technology?
Yes, absolutely. You know, there's a different kind of discussion that we should be having now, which is all about sustainable innovation. If you take a look at a lot of the innovation that we've done in the past, it's actually been more polarizing than cooperative and collaborative and pulling people together. And sustainable innovation means that, first and foremost, it's inclusive. It's not expanding the digital divide that we already have between rich and poor countries, peoples, geographies. Inclusive innovation means that we try to pull people who currently are not digital native and not having all of the advantages, to pull them into any new form of innovation. It must preserve some democratic, maybe even democracy is too much of an ask, but it must preserve some sort of user centricity where users who are using these tools don't feel powerless or consumed by, rather than consumers of such innovation. And I think that it absolutely points out to this powerless feeling, and this consumered relationship points out to that mental health problem. We've deliberately made some of these technologies have such a large presence in our lives that they have become a sort of societal addiction, a lot of the social networking. And because of that, it's become so influential to the way that we communicate and collaborate today, that I really feel that, you know, we are putting ourselves at a greater risk when there are polarized opinions or deliberate manipulation from some of these platforms. So if you think about, you know, we did a survey at Avast to understand what was the relationship of people with the internet during the pandemic. And what we saw just in Brazil, that people were genuinely very happy about their access to the internet. And they said that, you know, because of the pandemic, the internet became more important in their lives. But in Brazil, it was, you know, 4 out of 5 people, like 80% of those people, they genuinely believe that the internet helped them get through the pandemic. That's a high number. So I believe that the technologies that exist that allow them to have this connection should be, you know, having a sort of beneficial overall view for them and not detrimental. Like 43% of Brazilians from our study said that the internet made their lives more bearable. 46% said it helped them learn new things, but, and that's always the but, 78% of people in Brazil they're still scared to do things online because they're worried about, their security and privacy. They didn't download files, or they didn't buy something online, or, they were worried about using some sort of open Wi-Fi network or online banking. So I think we need to figure out, how do we address those concerns? Because nobody feels free online unless you protect your security and privacy and ability to speak.
And do you think today's digital environment would allow us to feel free? You mean, what can we do to do that?
Now, I think that this is a really big discussion, because I don't believe it really always does. And the predominant reason that it doesn't is because of, there's privacy, saying that the communications that you had are truly between you and those you intend to have it. We know that's not the case. We know that there is mass surveillance, like everything that you say online is being captured and committed to somewhere. But there's also targeted surveillance approaches. I think when we see dystopic regimes using, like Saudi Arabia, using, for example, the Pegasus malware to deliberately target individuals and even governments, Macron was targeted in Pegasus spyware. And when we have these types of things like spyware, which, if it's one thing when a government does it, it's something completely different when your boyfriend does it. So we have spyware and stalkerware, which are also being used as surveillance tools, and just getting to the general public. That's why when we take a look at the mass oriented problem versus the targeted problem, and then we look at the targeted problem, we think there's only a specific set of actors that use it, and we find out, no, actually there's all kinds of spyware and stalkerware, and there's so many people affected by it. And it's not just ex-boyfriends or jealous husbands, but it's also parents monitoring their children. These are real reasons for concern, and these are real reasons why it's sometimes difficult to feel safe online.
Mm-hmm. And how can we start remodeling and creating businesses that ensure a safer, healthier digital environment?
Yeah, so I really believe that this is a common responsibility. We all need to do our part. It starts with, if you are a digitally oriented business where your product is predominantly an app or something you produce online, or you're giving connectivity, as a telecom, then you have certain foundational things that you need to safeguard from an information security and privacy perspective. But it goes beyond that, right? It's not just about these digital companies. It's also about manufacturing companies or healthcare companies who today cannot do their business without having some online component. And also they need to make sure that the data that they collect, even for their internal office needs, even that, or their customer information, all of that is protected as well. So we need to do both things in all these different sectors with an appropriate level of maturity that's benefiting society based on the risk that that company is carrying. Every company carries risk, but not every company is doing the mitigation of that risk as needs to be done. And I think it's about making sure that we create this arena. And I'm not saying that this is only accomplishable through regulations. There's also a lot of good business practice, just best standards, as a way to encourage people. It doesn't always have to be a law that you must. It can also be you could do it like this and everyone benefits. And I think that's what we have to look for. What are those conditions that we can create where everyone benefits because of this ecosystem being secure and not just one party?
Mm-hmm. And which practices will need to stay behind for that to happen? Today, for example, digital platforms compete for users' time and attention, and it's difficult to keep a healthy relation with them. Why do you think this will go?
Yeah, I have to be honest, I'm online all the time. If I'm not reading Twitter or some news feed or like checking Instagram because of furniture porn kind of things. I mean, there's always a reason to be online and to be connected. I think it goes to our very essence of being human, that we want to connect and collaborate and see pretty things. And so I think it's trying to set boundaries specifically for our children in terms of what's okay and how we want to shape society as a future, and how we want to have certain things not necessarily online. And I think, there's some lines that we need to figure out where we stand as a society in terms of hate speech and violence and inciting to violence and insurrection. So there are some things that I think are very foundational to what does it mean to live in a democracy, and what does it mean to live in a world where we want to encourage free speech but not encourage hate or violence. And these are difficult things, and it's not just about how much time you spend on there, it's about when you spend time there, that you're not just getting some of the crazy information about, you know, that COVID is fake, or that you can use bleach to cure yourself, that kind of nonsense. There's a certain degree of fact checking that needs to happen to the types of information we're consuming today.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think companies, governments, regulators can do and must do about it? How can they work together to that?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things here. So first of all, there's a certain degree of sanitation work that needs to be done by the companies that are spewing this garbage out online. I think we should hold them accountable to a certain extent for that. You know, you can't just say, well, I created the network, but what the traffic that's on it is not mine. We really need to have a healthy approach to do that. And that being said, while I say that, you know, there are some controversial things that have happened recently. For example, Apple's decision to child pedophilia images that are being sent, and to be able to scan those. There is a concern there, because the concern is that it's a slippery slope. You start with trying to contain something that pretty much everybody is against, pedophilia. But where does it draw the line to also looking for images of, I don't know, some freedom fighters in Nicaragua or in El Salvador? So it is a slippery slope, or Al-Qaeda or whatever. It should be that we are better in state to be able to look at those systems and understand how they're being used. And the majority of us are not. So that's where we need to have some form of like social control and social desirable ethical approaches to doing the surveillance of some of this data without actually conducting the sort of mass surveillance approach for everything.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe business models will need to be rethought, mainly the digital ones that goes in this way?
Absolutely. And the reason that is because, you know, we had a few years ago, the whole community thought that data is the new oil. Well, if that's the case, then data breaches are the new oil spill. Trying to contain all of this data and then not taking the adequate protections of it show us every day a different data breach, every single day. You know, and these data breaches, they're very long-lived. They have an incredibly long environmental impact, if you will, because you don't know what's been exposed. You don't know where it's been exposed. If you think that we have an appropriate control over it, like even with ransomware, the biggest concern is not so much just that they've encrypted your data during an attack, but that at any point in time, they could release it to the general public and you're still screwed, even if you pay the ransom. And this is why we always encourage people, do not pay, engage with law enforcement. There are a lot of companies that can help you negotiate, you know, if you need to, after all, consider paying the ransom, but really like taking a bigger approach than just paying the ransom, because it doesn't guarantee that the ethics are going to be there from your counterparty, that they will then give you the decryption key and throw away their data. There's no guarantee of that. It could wind up on some pastebin site somewhere.
Mm-hmm. What do you think are the biggest risks right now that companies should look at?
So I think it's a combination of companies and individuals. If you take a look at the most heavy attacks that we've seen in the last year, you'll see that they still started from very humble origins. So we're still talking about companies that incorrectly implemented their VPN. You know, everybody's working from home, and we're still incorrectly implementing VPNs. So there's still VPNs you can come into with a username and password and no two-factor authentication. This technology has been here for more than 2 decades. We really can figure this out now. You know, there should be an easy way to do two-factor authentication, sending yourself a token or an in-app confirmation. These are things we can do. And that's just 2FA. We also saw, you know, vulnerabilities being the reason for exploiting. We're all scanning everything all over the internet. It should be very easy for a company to know their own vulnerabilities, scan it, and fix it. If we did that, we would take away a lot of the low-hanging fruit, really easy stuff that's there for an attacker to go in and exploit things. And I speak to companies who've been hit by these attacks all the time. And it's always the same thing. And it's really about preparing for the eventuality of these things and practicing, understanding like what could go wrong. If you prepare, it's half the battle. You've already better in shape to come out okay. So I think the focus is not on not getting hacked, but understanding that there could be a hack and being better prepared to respond to it. It's about cyber resilience.
Okay. And what are the opportunities for business professionals, entrepreneurs interested in being part of this change? Where would you recommend them to look at?
There's so many places. There are a ton of things happening online. It's incredibly exciting, actually, because we're looking at a place where we have lots of innovation potential, and building security and privacy by design in the beginning of all these solutions will give you a sort of first mover advantage when you do want to launch a competing product. So I think that just go online, use Google, it's your friend. There's so many things you can do. There's easy application coding platforms these days. There's a lot of online courses. So it really depends on the type of business that we're talking about. But making that business secure by default should be a no-brainer.
Good. Well, thank you, Jaya, for joining us and for sharing such valuable insights. E obrigada a vocês que nos assistiram. Ainda tem mais por aí. Continuem acompanhando a programação.
Obrigada.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mariana Iwakuna, Editor-in-Chief of Pequenas Empresas e Grandes Negócios. We have a very special guest today at FICE right now. I'm going to talk to Shuni Iata. He is the managing partner of SoftBank Group International. He is responsible for co-leading $8 million investment funds for Latin American startups. And some of the companies that have been participating in these investments are Rappi, Gympass, Quinto Andar, amongst others. We are going to speak English in this conversation, and if you are following FICE through our platform, you can choose the language you're going to listen to, whether it's simultaneous interpretation or original. But if you are following through YouTube, you can listen to Época Negócios and Pequenas Empresas, Grandes Negócios, all channels on YouTube. So, Suniata,
for taking the time to talk to us today. Let's dive right in. So SoftBank introduced itself not as a venture capitalist company, but as a vision capitalist company. But all venture capitalists have to look for trends and unfoldings for years and years ahead. What does it mean to be a vision capitalist company?
Yeah, there are two important differences between just being a venture capitalist and a vision capitalist. The first is, even though everyone looks for trends, we look for multi-decade trends. So SoftBank since the 80s has focused very much on big secular shifts that completely transform society. Initially, it was software, and then it was internet, and then it was broadband, and then it was mobile, and next it'll be AI, maybe crypto, cloud. These big trends that last for many years are the core of what we do. The second thing is we partner really closely with founders and we think long-term with them. So we have the advantage that we use our own capital to invest. So we don't have to return the capital to anybody. So we can invest in Alibaba in 1999 and still own more than 20% in 2021. That's a very unusual thing to do. What it allows us to do is partner with these founders as they make big long-term plans in a way that's very unique in the investing world.
And as the world population gets more educated, healthier, at the same time, science and technology have a big role in this, but at the same time, our time is marked by deep distrust in science and technology, and we've seen this from mobile phone antennas to vaccines, COVID vaccines. And should tech and science supporters change or correct the way they go into public debate in order to inform people and gain their trust, thinking about that long-term vision?
Trust is a really crucial word. It's even more important in emerging markets. I grew up in Kenya, where there's basically no trust. In Brazil, there's a lot of lack of trust. In Mexico, there's a lot of lack of trust in institutions and brands, in science and medicine. That is actually the opportunity for startups, because startups from a blank sheet of paper are not just building companies, they're building trust in big categories of the economy. Quinto Andar is building trust in real estate. Kavak is building trust in used cars. All of these companies are establishing trust in markets that don't have it. So I'd say that tech founders' big role in emerging markets is actually to build trust for the first time across every type of product and service. That's the opportunity.
And what is how can they communicate that? I mean, do founders have to be used to communicate that to the general public? Because it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to translate new technologies to the general public and to gain that trust. How can they do that?
The answer is it takes time and it's every day. It's not like design. It's like gardening. Gardening, you go every day and you remove the weeds. And in Brazil, there's a very important weed counter. It's called Reclame Aqui, where everyone says there are lots of weeds here. So the goal of these founders is every day to deliver a product to every customer that inspires trust, that reduces the complaints on a site like Reclame Aqui, that builds this faith that when you buy a service, you're going to get a really good service. That's very unusual. And it takes a while for attitudes to change, because where I'm from, people don't expect that to be true. They say, this is too good to be true. One day it's going to go away. I'm being screwed in some way or another. I think that's true in Brazil. That's true in Mexico. That's true in Colombia. So it's a daily battle. And it'll take 10 years plus to change how people think about things.
And do they have to show results? You tweeted a while ago about vaccines and how some countries have been tested, have seen the value and the results of vaccinations, because we've seen diseases that should have been eradicated a long time ago and were still among us in our generation. Is that how can they put that forward, that those results, those scientific results, in a place like this, especially now that we've been thinking about health so much, and yet the distrust has been so large and so important?
Yeah, I would say distrust seems actually higher in places like the US, bizarrely. In Brazil, a very large percentage of the population wants to get vaccinated and is going to get vaccinated. I don't know why exactly, but my guess is it has to do with history, where other diseases have come, vaccines have been produced, those diseases have gone away in places like Brazil and places like Kenya, where I'm from. In the US, that hasn't happened in 30 years. You don't appreciate medicine anymore. Just things happening now, there's some bad reason behind it. So I think in Brazil, there's actually more trust in science than there is a place like the US, bizarrely.
And switching back to communicating the importance of science and trust, but from the investor's point of view, what is the investor's role in that? Should the investor have a prominent role in communicating that? Should investors appear and not only the entrepreneur?
Sure. Well, we like to support founders. That's how we see our job. It's in fact a service job. It's not an investment job. Our goal is to amplify the founders and the work that they do. That said, money is a commodity. You can raise money from many, many different places. Having money that comes with a brand that has some global credibility is different. So we find that when we fund a founder and he can say, or she can say, I got a check from SoftBank, it helps them with credibility with their customers. It helps them with credibility recruiting. And it's not just us, it's any big branded firm can offer that same benefit to founders in places that have been undercapitalized historically. So we think the role of the investor is to provide this credibility, this validation through the brand of the investment firm. But other than that, we like to stay in the background and let the founder shine and let them accomplish their goals. We're not the ones who should be in front of the camera, it's them.
Okay, we have to deal now with new phenomena, or sometimes not so new, but in the last several years, like social networks being used to tip elections in a certain way. And SoftBank takes pride in fostering technologies that will shape the future, like AI or 6G. So how do you assess the ethical implications of the services and technologies that entrepreneurs are pushing forward or putting out there? Is it possible to predict and even prevent such problems from happening?
It's a very good question. I think it's difficult to predict anything in technology. Part of the beauty of technology is it changes really quickly. It disrupts really quickly. It has very unexpected consequences. Nobody thought when Facebook started, it would be one of the biggest spreaders of misinformation the world has ever seen. That was not part of anybody's thinking when they were investing in Facebook in 2005 or 6 or 7. The same is true of technologies now. The good news is when you're focused primarily on technologies that drive inclusion. So in Latin America, unlike the US, a lot of founders are doing inclusion startups. The whole point is to bring people into the economy who've been ignored. Nubank is bringing people into financial services. Quinto Andar is bringing people into real estate in a way that they otherwise couldn't access. That is the dominant theme in innovation in Latin America. As a result, you're less likely to find companies that create these huge unexpected effects because all they're doing is bringing people into the economy. Social networks, gaming, really deep technologies like gene editing, AI at the cutting edge, those are the scary ones. But so far, that has not been the dominant theme of our investment in Latin America. But globally, we have to think about those things because AI is a core part of what SoftBank invests in. So I would say we just need to be careful case by case and pay attention to what's happening and try not to let the trains go off the tracks, but it's very difficult.
Do you put that in contract in those cases like AI or deep technologies? Are there safeguards in contract when you're investing to be able to change something or have something done in case it starts to get off the tracks?
It's a very difficult thing to put in writing. What do you say? Don't be evil. That was Google's whole mantra. And Google now through YouTube arguably is also spreading a lot of misinformation. So what does it mean to not be evil? What does it mean to use something for good? How do you define that in a way that's legally defensible and clear? It's very difficult to contractualize these things. I think the role of a board, the role of an investor in part is to be on a board. And the role of a board of a company is to think critically about these things as they evolve. But we don't try to predict the future in legal language in our contracts. I think that would be impossible to do.
And a lot of companies are moving at a slower pace now because of high uncertainty these last couple of years. And the SoftBank Vision Fund too seems to go in the opposite direction, and it's investing faster than the Vision Fund 1. You have accelerated and closed 115 deals this year only. Is that so, and why?
Well, Masa, our leader, is an extreme optimist about the future and about technology, and he's extremely impatient about how quickly we should get to the future. So his whole goal is to try and be fastest to the future, basically, and for us to help the future arrive quicker, because we deeply believe a technology future is a better future. That's what we try to catalyze through SoftBank. So Masa is driving the pace. He's a very unique and special guy. And then in Latin America, we have Marcelo Claure, who works very closely with Masa, and he drives the strategy in Latin America with similar impatience, with similar optimism. So they're very similar leaders in that sense, and they push the rest of the organization to move quickly. I think that's what it takes. Again, the advantage is we have our own capital, so we don't have to get permission from anybody else to invest. It's driven by Masa at the global level, it's driven by Marcelo at the Latin American level, and what they say every day is go, go, go. So that's what we do.
And a July message from SoftBank listed 12 challenges for 6G networks, from AI services to quantum encryption. And should entrepreneurs see this as a to-do list, or if they want to attract SoftBank's attention, should they bet on that, on those technologies? And could you name other big challenges that entrepreneurs should address to get your attention?
I didn't even know we'd moved on from 5G. You're talking about 6G. I think we're still in 4G. So you're way ahead of SoftBank at this point. We're still thinking about 5G. We don't think as much about technologies when we invest. I mean, they're there. They're the trends that are driving everything. But we think about problems that are being solved. So even though we talk a lot about AI, even though we talk a lot about 5G and autonomous cars and all of these really important technologies, what we look for when we invest is a founder, an entrepreneur who is solving a problem. And that's the same in Latin America. And the more specific the problem is better. So if an entrepreneur says, I'm solving healthcare, that's much less interesting than an entrepreneur who says, I am providing very specific primary care access to people who have not been able to afford it at a low price. And this is how. So specificity is very important. It's very rare. A lot of founders do startup by PowerPoint. Here's a big industry. I'm going to disrupt the industry. That is not interesting to us. We prefer the engineer who's very specific, the CEO who's very specific and says, here's where I'm starting with this very particular problem, and here's my particular solution. And over time, I will grow in this very big and growing market. But we look for a lot of specificity in the initial period. So that's what attracts us the most.
So let's keep talking about Latin America and Brazil specifically. You've said previously the following phrase, if you show up, they will come. I really like that, meaning that if you show up offering capital, there will be great entrepreneurs to invest in. And tell us how SoftBank showed up in Latin America and who has come.
So I talked about Marcelo and Masa before. Marcelo is a Bolivian guy. Masa is a Japanese guy. Marcelo was sitting in Tokyo with Masa, and all these founders would come to the conference rooms and pitch their startups. And there was never a Latino founder or Latina founder. It didn't happen. And Marcelo thought that can't be true. We have to go see if there are founders in Latin America. And of course, the answer is, of course, there are founders in Latin America. What's true now is the knowledge of how to build a startup, the knowledge of how to code, the knowledge that used to be trapped in Silicon Valley in a few rooms is global. You can read about it anywhere, on Twitter, on Khan Academy, you find a blog somewhere and you learn how to build startups. And Latin American founders have also gone to the best schools in the world. What they're doing now is going back to Latin America. And often how they built their startup was they raised some money from friends and family. They tried to get to profitability by the second year, and then they sustained the business in that way. So they were there and they were knowledgeable, and there are many problems to solve, but they didn't have a long-term capital partner who said, it's okay to lose money for 5 years. It's okay to lose money for 10 years if you're building something really big and valuable. And I think that's what we provided when we came to the market in 2019. We said, we are here for the long haul. You can take a little more risk as a founder. We will help you all the way. And it completely unlocked the market.
In a maturing ecosystem such as Brazil, which markets are still underserved? You talked about financial services and healthcare, health issues. Does an entrepreneur have better chances of growing and getting funded if they solve problems in these underserved markets? And please tell me what they are.
Every single market in Brazil is underserved, without exception. Pick a market, I will show you how it's underserved. Because Brazil, and it's not just Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, to some extent Chile, the industries there have been built for basically the top of the population, basically. There are a number of services that reach down, but it's generally not that great. And so you have the whole economy, every piece that is suboptimized, that is built for the top of the pyramid, that is inefficient, that's very manual, across the board. So I would say Latin America is probably one of the best places to just look around and do a startup, because anything can be solved still that hasn't been solved. So we don't have a particular preference going in. We try to listen to the founder. If a founder is specific, I'll say that word again, it really matters. If a founder is specific, if a founder can attract the right team, if a founder knows exactly what they're building, it almost doesn't matter what industry it's in, the industry will be big. That's what's so exciting about Brazil and about Latin America.
And SoftBank's fund focuses more on startups that are in the growth stage. So you have invested in a number of local unicorns, so larger startups that have been around for a little bit and are in the growth stage already. And in the US,
that's not true anymore. So that is how we started. The initial gap in the market was growth equity, as they call it. There were a few very, very good earlier stage funds. But as we've developed in the market, we've realized that special founders need capital early and they need capital for the long haul. And so we've launched an early stage fund. We are now focused as well on early stage investments. We also do public investments. We also have a SPAC, so we can take a company public. So the way to think about SoftBank in Latin America is we're capital partners anywhere on your journey. We'll start as early as you want, and we'll go with you all the way to being a public company. And that's new. That's evolved as we've found our place in the market over the last 2.5 years.
Great. And because I wanted to talk about early stage startups and the Opportunity Fund in the US. And for those of our viewers who don't know that, if you can explain a little bit what the Opportunity Fund in the US is.
Yeah, I'd love to. So in the US is the most advanced economy for startups in the world, probably ever. But there are groups of people who've been completely left out of that. Black founders, female founders, Latina founders, Native American founders, various groups that just haven't gotten the same kind of attention and capital as the other kinds of founders for the wrong reason. Those founders are talented, they exist. Maybe they're not in Silicon Valley. Maybe they can't afford to drop out of Stanford and do a startup. Maybe their parents don't love it when they say they want to do a startup. All these reasons contribute to a lack of representation by these underrepresented founders. So we launched the Opportunity Fund, which in the US is the only early stage fund that SoftBank has, specifically focused on racially underrepresented founders. So Black founders, Latino or Latina founders, Native American founders. And so far we've invested in over 60 of these founders in over 60 companies, over $60 million invested, and we support them in exactly the same way we do in Latin America. To use the phrase that you used, we showed up and they were there. That was true in Latin America. That's been true of the Opportunity Fund. They just needed a capital partner for the long haul. So we're figuring out this idea of SoftBank coming and planting a flag and being available and present for founders is a really powerful one. And if you show that commitment, the talented founders will show up.
And could there be an opportunity fund in Brazil? Because we also have a lot of underrepresented founders, female founders, Black founders, indigenous founders. So there certainly would be a market for that in early stage startups in Brazil.
Yeah, I think so. Our first phase in Latin America was very broad. We said, let's go find great startups and founders wherever they are and invest in them. As we've looked back over the last 2 years, they're almost entirely white men. And we had a video reel that we put together. And we realized as well, oh my goodness, this is a very unfortunate fact that the same patterns that exist in the US also exist in other places like Brazil. So we're certainly committed to equity. Equity matters a lot to us as a firm, as a Latin America fund. Equity meaning we want all these benefits of founders and startups and technology to be equally distributed. So we are actively thinking about how to bring ideas like the Opportunity Fund to Brazil. There's nothing concrete yet, but it's important to us as a firm. So we will do something in that space inevitably, and we want to do it the right way.
And how do you see the market for exits in Brazil now?
It's not a problem at all. So you have some very, very well-known companies from Brazil listed on the NASDAQ, first of all, which is a pretty important achievement. That's kind of rare. You have PAGS, you have Stone, you have XP, you have Arco, you have Afia, all these companies, and then soon you're going to have Nubank. All these companies are gaining a Western audience for investors, a credibility in the global capital markets. And I think next year you will have somewhere on the scale of 5 to 10, maybe more IPOs from Brazil and Mexico in the US. There are also a lot of IPOs for listed companies in Brazil, locally in Brazil on the B3. So, and number 3, there are a lot of acquisitions made. So unlike other markets where there isn't a maturity of what you call exits, for us, it's not an exit because we're not selling. We're not trying to get out when a company goes public. It's just another financing event. But they are important events because they help recycle capital into the ecosystem. Founders can make some money and invest it back. Those are important events. They are plentiful in Brazil. And as I said before, we don't think of them as a way to get out. So for us, it's just another event, and we stay with the company for as long as it makes sense to build a really valuable franchise.
And when a startup gets an investment, we even as journalists often hear that the capital will be used to build or to expand the team. So there is a war for talent. And so how can entrepreneurs attract the people that will deliver that growth that they're looking for, that they have to have? And should startups and the funds that come with them be responsible for training and for developing those professionals for the company?
There's an absolute war for talent. It's brutal. And as the startup ecosystem matures, I think that's the piece that's suffering the most. So companies are poaching from each other. Recruiting has gotten really expensive. We need to play a role in helping companies hire. We need to play a role in upskilling the talent in the region. And we're focused on both those things. So we launched an AI Academy for Latin America to help upskill the AI talent in the region. And we're launching an operator school in Miami to help founders and other employees learn what it means to work at a startup. So we're very focused on that theme because it's a big bottleneck in the region. I totally agree.
So what are SoftBank's plans for Latin America and Brazil? You said that you'll be coming here to Brazil in a few days. What are you looking for, and what will the next 3 to 5 years look like for you in our area?
Yeah, but by the way, I apologize for my dog. I don't know what's happening, but he's barking a lot. Yeah, I'll be in Brazil in a couple of days. We try to do these trips as frequently as possible. We want to be on the ground. We want to be a local fund. We have a lot of our staff in Brazil. The goal is to meet existing founders, deepen relationships with them, understand what's happening with their companies, and also to meet new founders who can be part of the ecosystem that we're building. So it's always those two goals.
Well, we are reaching the end of our time here today. Shu, thank you so much again for being with us and talking to us at FICE. And
My great pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.